Hello. Okay, it's practically tradition to start the streams off this way now, so... Hello.
Hello.
I'm pleased with that one. I think I did alright that time.
Yeah. I'm a little out of practice myself.
Yeah, that to be fair, that's only because AI is not really giving you the chance to mess with voices.
Yeah, fair enough.
Everyone has voices.
I gotta start up Leighton versus Wright at some point.
Oh yeah, shit, need to test it on the new PC.
Yeah. Like I said, I wanted to give it one last shot since, technically I still haven't played every Leighton game on stream till I've played that one. Anyway.
Yeah.
Where were we?
I
hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade.
Sorry, 1 second, just tabbed out because I forgot voice mod wasn't synced up with my phone. So now I can... Now I can switch around fairly easily for flashbacks and stuff. Okay, we're good.
Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord.
Oh right, yeah. That one juror knew him from work.
However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case, heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Oh, yes, I can only apologise, my lord.
And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
I'm still shocked they're letting a child do this.
Yeah.
Man, Victorian times. My lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. What's the...
Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
What was the point in this little back and forth then, if he's just here immediately?
I don't know.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this.
I guess maybe just to, recap if somebody took, a big break between the two parts, maybe. I don't know.
Makes sense.
Anyway, here he is. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir.
Oh, Christ, this was me, wasn't it?
I believe so, yes.
But
Yeah, because I took the other guy, Windibank.
Yeah. Man, on April Fool's Day, that's going back a while.
Yeah.
But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
My name is... Oh, okay. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about.
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume?
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question?
That is the accusation, indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Oh Christ, I forgot about that.
He does he does a lot of poses.
Gladly, my lord, gladly. What a prick. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
A tongue twister. So you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld.
Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established...
Oh boy.
You will be free to leave immediately.
Oh boy. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict? Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So... I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding a flashy hat while we do. He seems to be.
I'm surprised I haven't seen anybody, draw Naruhodo wearing the hat.
Oh my god, why has no one done that?
Maybe they have and I haven't looked hard enough. Anyway, let's cross-examine.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroker services from time to time. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbroker where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
But aren't you curious, Van Zeeks? It was a dumb fucking name. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. This could be tricky. But he's seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer there in the black.
This is a farce! Oh, hang on, sorry. Whoa! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Damn it, now I've got one. Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Go on. Go on, admit it, for me. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that.
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend.
Hey, Onion.
You appear to be under gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion.
I mean, he's not wrong. How's work going today, Onion?
You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
I'm going to refresh myself on the court record. It's been a hot week. Two more weeks of training to go. Nice, I think. Good? Bad? Good. Oh my god. I hate him. A silent victory, Wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Blood was found at the scene of the crime, there's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of those two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different... Spare me the science lesson. What's the last word there? Differentiate different blood samples by... Who is this Sholmes character anyway? He can't be more pompous than I. Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective.
Though even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective.
Haha! Fuck. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Oh.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? This one was my one, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh yeah, of course, because he does the thing.
What? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? For fuck's sake, Gregson.
He's technically not even next to them.
Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. God blame me, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. Wah.
What?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Oh.
Oh?
What wound? Oh, where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and, oh, hell's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm? My lord.
Yes, Mr. Graydon.
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. I love when I hit a rolled R perfectly.
Hell yeah.
Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. I'm gonna really be milking it now. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. Huh. You've shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation I was in any way involved.
You claim to have had nothing to do whatsoever with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery.
Oh boy, have we got the evidence for that. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Well, that's easy.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Would that work? I could have sworn... Didn't we have a photo of him at the thing?
I think you may be thinking of the photo of Gina.
Yeah, but I thought we also saw one at some point of him at the counter as well when we were first having the things explained to us.
Yeah.
Yep, that works.
Oh, dang.
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Did you not use this? Hi, is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious! Indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon.
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What?
It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
I hear you correctly, sir. McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord, the one and the same.
Lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks.
Why, that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Commence your cross-examination, please.
Absolutely. Oh boy. There's a note on the disc saying from McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Okay. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
Certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties, having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously. And in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket.
And yet there is a note on it that reads "For McGilded."
Oh, I was right. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So the disc in question...
It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it.
But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly. It's so annoying because I remember us, like, utterly debunking this being his coat, like, showing the evidence that he had the whole... and we haven't got the evidence with us.
Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because Magilda just threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury.
Yeah, this is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question.
Hold it!
Weren't. So, you're saying that Mr. Strahd lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent, Mr. Strahd did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Winterbanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
I learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
Go fuck yourself, you vampire. Holy shit, sorry. Nonsense.
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
I was there. Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. You wants to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. Wait, do we have any evidence on us? Oh wait, hang on. We know the dude's name now, don't we? Ashley Graydon. Wrong thing. Wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Didn't we have like a book of McGilded's or something? Am I imagining that? Did we not have like a list?
I'm thinking. I don't think we did.
Okay. Oh, maybe that was in that one, in that specific case. I'm just kind of collating the two for some reason. Have you ever been to Winterbanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments.
Though, when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes, because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Oh boy, okay.
Excuse me.
We got something? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Okay. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Are they roommates?
My God, they were roommates.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord. What was that about then? That didn't lead anywhere. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop that same night. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items.
Among...
No, not at all. Oh.
The valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac.
In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than as I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. Ah, fuck. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. Oh, what about the small box, the other thing? What was... Yeah. I wonder if that's really true.
You know, if you have some evidence... then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
Same. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Winterbank's. Then, when he realised he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
No doubt about it, that witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
Rex is being very strange about all this.
There must be a
Must
reason.
be a reason.
Oh, nope, that is me. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Okay. I think I know it, but...
Objection.
yeah, got it.
Nice.
This disc was deposited at Winterbanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you were there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Objection again! In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true.
What?
Mr. McGilda had another article in pawn at Winterbanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilda in Winterbanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers.
This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited?
The article description reads, 1 small box.
Rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point.
Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument.
That means for some reason, this Graydon fella needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks. I do hate to ruin my learned friend's arguments, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbanks pawnbrokery.
Damn it, I keep hitting the people button. It's annoying I can't just, like, go back and forth with this. But let's see. Something was moved here. The doll definitely moved back as well by the looks of it. So you can see more of the desk there. Anyway.
Rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What?
Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court again, if you please.
Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter when Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, McGilda's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on 13th of April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shopfront. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of those cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 PM on 15th of April.
The judge certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
You say the judge?
Yeah?
The judge was... the judge had a very full shop.
Oh, the victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. Shit.
I was gonna say... And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see, so we have two pictures to compare. Well, I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold.
I think we need to speak to Shrimp again.
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in the case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
Your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector.
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Ah! I don't believe it. I could have just shown that he'd stolen Matilda's pawn box. Might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno?
She's going to turn to me and have crossed eyes, isn't she? Oh.
I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs are really exactly the same.
I can't do the cross-eyed thing. What?
So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Oh boy! Holy shit.
Well, there's definitely a discrepancy, but what do you want to do about it?
Yeah, I need to find the discrepancy. Is the thing. I mean... Use a piece of evidence. I've got the thing. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
Not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord. To view the two prints stereoscopically.
Oh, that's me.
Ooh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Juror number 3. What a surprise.
Come on, Bruno. pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece.
I thought it might be that box. I thought it looked... I don't know. I wasn't sure at first, but... there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. I don't understand what it is.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of discrepancy of which you speak.
This was,
I can't fucking see it. Oh.
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Yep, you can see it's moved. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box.
Wait. Unbelievable! By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary!
Cut to Iris, come on. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Winterbanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
And are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork! So what if it was? So a box was moved onto the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed.
That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact it was moved like that change things? I'd say it changes everything, because otherwise what's the point of this?
Yeah.
I believe this changes everything about the case.
How can that possibly be?
The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winterbanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. Be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks? This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nippone's specialty, it would seem.
Oh, fuck off, you vampire. What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning.
Oops,
This
sorry.
witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. Begilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial.
Sorry, 1 second.
The trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend, his most insightful defense.
The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
Yeah, it does make rather a lot of sense.
It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGillard was rich enough.
But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. I'm quite certain of that.
Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. He's incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument.
Whoosh.
To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
Probably. Maybe. Well,
What's the matter, Runo? We know they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we have to acknowledge that McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
No!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
Jenny?
Could it be that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
Maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Oh. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. Fuck. What's the right thing to do here? Fuck. I guess have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It'll prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all.
Well, well. Things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own.
I have.
Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait.
Oh, I just saw the hydrate, thanks. I have no idea how long ago that was.
Yeah, just a few minutes.
That is some good water. Well, I mean, it's water. Water's water.
Water? You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
Oh. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Bruno.
The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought to that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded.
The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. Twist of fate, perhaps, my Nepalese friend.
That's not true. Susato's not here. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
Mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on.
If you say so, you fucking pyro.
As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mr. Lestrade, this is extremely important.
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose.
Diddy, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Runo now.
Aris?
We're on your side!
Alright then. I'll talk. I love that on April Fool's Day when we had these two characters, we basically just did the same voices but just swapped them round.
Yeah.
It's the right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Zeek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer I'm prepared to take that risk. What the fuck are we doing?
A lot.
Truth is, that Britmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. Slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. I don't really know what I can do with that.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGillen's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. Great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it!
No trial was a farce, it was all lies.
And the guilty fellow is running to court, jumped in my pocket.
Don't forget that lawyer from the east, they were all in on it together.
You're wrong, the lot of ya! Mr. Naruto is the lawyer there. He don't know nothing about it.
I'm back.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGilda's porn articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend.
Wait, he's bringing up student now?
Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may very well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruto!
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Oh, I think I know which one I need to press.
Wow.
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. Who's the third? Oh. Oh?
Hey, what are they doing?
Huh. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat at the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First it was a kind of rapping noise. Suddenly I heard a scream from over here. Okay, I genuinely thought that would be the one to press. I thought it'd have something to say about the disc. Okay. Let's push everything. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago,
I feel certain you claimed Mr. McGilder was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilder and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear them talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. Doop. Let's try pressing this one. I've done the first one, I've done the second one, I've done the fifth one. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'll only be able to scarper if I did exactly what you said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
Ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it being forfeited. Left me with some brass to pay for it.
Really? Why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Holding his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGill had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I licked it before the coppers showed up. Oh. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Really put her faith in you, Runa.
Yeah, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Oh, okay, so press everything.
Oh, they really go for it. Press on every statement.
Yep. I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Is it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
He is the third Skulkin brother! Yeah, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed a cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGildy got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cows from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and the voice from outside.
Driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Well, who went by the name of Beppo, if my memory serves. Ah, good old Beppo. I miss him.
Me too. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That pawn shop obviously being Winterbank's on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Constable. Do you mean to tell me the driver got false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver was pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drags cabin. Okay, huh. What have I got? I don't know what to do. Shit.
Well. I mean, well, if
Yeah.
you need me to say something, I can tell you.
I may need a nudge in the right direction because I've pressed everything. I don't know what to do about these
Okay,
two.
so the thing is, they don't really tell you about this. I mean, they do like hint towards it, but I mean, you know how usually when you pursue somebody, they have like the exclamation points or whatever.
Yeah.
They aren't doing that this time, so
So I can just do that on anything.
you can. But if I remember correctly, this is the only time they have you do something like this, so...
That's so shitty.
It's weird, yeah, but I kind of understand because they're trying not to draw attention to themselves. They could have communicated a little better.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon! Blimey, you're trying to give me an heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Or the other one, Sunshine? Think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Mr. Strong. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It appeared on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force.
at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited.
I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after his trial, I knew that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own.
Well, why not, eh? They're only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it, because thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
Hmm.
My lord, the evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Oh boy. Something's about to happen. A mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. Nice.
Oh boy. Which means we are in the last part of the trial, I think.
I was gonna say, this is trial part 4 now.
Yep.
Final part, god damn.
So, this is the article in question, is it? This small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item that's on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Wait till it's in our wait till it's in the court record first, Iris. Oh. Oh!
Gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Oh! Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. I did not.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Winterbanks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? We to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded.
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
It's going to be the Steel Samurai theme tune.
Wait, my lord.
Was it Steel Samurai?
I don't think the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I mean, well, Yes,
Steel-
the name is the Steel Samurai, but what I was going to say is I don't think that was a thing in this time period.
No, I know.
Misunderstood for a second.
Wait, my lord!
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
What the fuck, Gregson? This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
The prosecution has no objection.
But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't...
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of the prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Holy shit.
Ah!
No further delays, please. Play the disc!
Do 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 do. It's Morse code.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence.
Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless. This is my jam. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue?
Yeah.
I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh!
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case?
It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is... Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed arguments.
exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Oh, sorry, that's you.
Bruno. I just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris.
Ooh.
Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Yes.
It just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard the sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion that the sound produced by its music box is not in fact music at all. Then what the devil is it, Council?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
Prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Hey, I get it. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is...
Okay, so it has been a few weeks. So if you want me to point you in the right direction, I can.
I mean, I think it's Morse code. I'm pretty confident about that, but...
Yes, but do we know what we can use to prove that?
Let me have a look.
There's a sensational story lower down the front pages as well. Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news.
That's secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. You looking for a new career, Bruno?
No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Okay, I guess maybe, yeah. I mean, it has something there if you want. I mean, if you think.
Yeah. That's the closest thing I can think of. I'll save first.
Okay.
I think it's that, but...
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Mystery Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams?
Of course.
Connect the dot, Van Zeeks. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code?
Order! Order! Please, everyone! Order! But this is... High treason, Counsel! Deserving of capital punishment! Too much new vocabulary! What is this treason? And what is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
In the end, McGilded perished and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country...
Would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Phew. You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous!
So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do! I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Wrist prattling?
How to ban someone from your stream. Oh, wait, this isn't Google.
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir!
Prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
delighted, I'm sure.
This witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to say flagitious. I don't know.
This heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
Hey! You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional daddy.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
Brothers.
Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGillard anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin.
One mister'll do, Governor. What's up?
I take it that you now admit to the crime. On the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? Moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here?
We did, Gov, we did.
Wind down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever those men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Whee! Small music box. The strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Winterbank's 2 days before the Black Overcoat.
Should we take a look at it?
Now, why would we ever do that?
Yeah, you're right. Oh.
Oh!
What is it, Runo?
I just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom bit opens up as well.
Ah, you're right. Come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Alright then, here goes.
Look at that, there's another movement on the other side.
So, Does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Huh. See how the 4 Megilda disc sits in the music box the man deposited Winterbanks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
There's no question then. This disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sound it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder. If perhaps most of this music box in Mitzi, we already know that though. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
Oh,
They still haven't updated the evidence thing on this, so maybe you have to press it again on the bottom. I could be wrong though, and maybe it just doesn't update.
who'd have thought there'd be a second movement on the underside of the box?
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one.
Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 tones. Okay.
Well, I guess we'll have to just put that away for later then.
Yeah.
Surprise tool that'll help us later.
I'm sure that'll never come up again.
Also, while you're doing this cross-examination, I gotta go refill my water, so I'll be back in a moment.
Yep. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Perfect timing.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh my god, okay. That's why there's a second one. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully.
Never meet your heroes.
Yeah. I told you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides... Okay. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. Lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything.
There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
Oh! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would sort into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what? It would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forth.
You okay?
I'm fine, I just need a drink.
you went and you ran that line.
Oh, Christ! You would better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box appears to produce only a single tone could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Oh boy.
We gotta press it again.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same dialogue, so go ahead, yeah. Just
Yep. I cannot skip it, it's making me do it the full length.
Oh, damn.
Wait for open it. That's another movement on the other side.
So does that mean you could set another blah 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 blah?
Yeah, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked!
So yeah, just do both play back at the same time.
Good gracious! What am I hearing here? And what am I looking at?
Was that Sonic.exe?
Another movement on the other side of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. The second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims.
Of course. If my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well?
We need Sholmes. Sholmes had a well, no, that was a second copy of the same disc, wasn't it?
Maybe.
I can't at the moment. Yeah, because he made one out of his caramel. I remember.
May I remind the court that, as the witnesses pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGill 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly, I have nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGill anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Mason Milverton. Graydon. Let's press it. So, 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGill had killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago. People there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGildred and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. No brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
You have nothing more to add on that note? Let's return to the witness testimony.
Oh yeah, look, all we done is break into the gap the other night, like what he told us to do. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, sir? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Huh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads.
God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. Neither does your fruit.
Hi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, we turn our attention back to the testimony, please. Can we?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. My lord,
Yes, counsel.
the brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more.
Say no more! A
Skulkin's never skulking. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. God, them were the days.
If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched him.
I didn't press this one, just in case. So, did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing, and we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Winterbank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Winterbank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov, we were. You're right there.
Cause that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Winterbanks that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, He said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out there was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell ya.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're gonna give it away. I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little...
Fuck.
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
How's he reacting to it? That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you with them full again, right?
We swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
More than Benetary off your rocker, we had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
Nah, what we had going was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doddle, right?
I think you meant to say a diddle. And that's a crime.
It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon?
Yeah, Ash always had his head in the book when we was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education to get out of that slum we lived in.
God, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? Thought him he was soft in the head to even think that. But look at him now, he's only gone and become a blinking chameleon, communication officer, ain't he?
Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Sholmes and Wilson's milk run.
No, Iris, don't even think about it. Okay. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? Negotiations Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGill, did?
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. What do you think he's just making headway with the cross-examination here? Could be those two brothers. Okay, so I think it's this. I think I probably pressed the wrong thing.
Well, yes, there is a right answer, but you weren't penalized for the other one either. It was just a bit.
No, yeah, I just mean like I delayed it.
Yeah.
Business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh! How did I not clock that? I'm a fucking idiot.
Oops.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right, I thought a clever clock's like you'd have worked that out.
Hang on, what?
And worked that, that's his...
Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Stop interrupting! Stop interrupting my characters with my other characters. I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, Why is it that it was the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him.
Nash's hair just regenerated. I saw the thing reappear.
Ooh.
She took the name Graydon then, see? And Ringo's Apple just did it. I didn't see it that time, but...
But I shall always be Milverton to us.
Milverton.
I don't know why we were selling milk. We should have sold our infinite fruit.
Infinite fruit. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves,
You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then.
Oh.
Is that correct?
Very well. Yes. So, Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Telegraph operator at the Central Communication Station, whose last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. We got him!
Nice.
Blub, 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 blub. Infinite fruit.
Objection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded...
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. And that's where we're going to cut the stream. No.
Milverton? Do you mean to say?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't...
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records.
Ooh. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Oh my god, really? Even that? The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
A very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Shit, maybe McGilded is dead. Maybe I was wrong all along. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winterbanks 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there.
That attempt failed.
One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Nah.
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
That's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera. Indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh shit, I didn't even notice that. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbank that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is?
Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. Bullet from the Skulking Brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you! You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, I'm gay. I mean, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What? I mean, we know it only had one bullet.
Order! 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 Seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon?
Yes. Sorry, Onion. Well, I'm not sorry.
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
I just need to see if it... There it is. Oh, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your full testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Damn. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Bullshit!
Good gracious! This is quite extraordinary testimony. By extraordinary, I mean bullshit.
Oh, look at that fucking smirk. I'm gonna fuck this guy's day up.
You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! Order! Order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. I'd much rather be found guilty of the murders I did commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth!
Till now, the prosecution was completely unaware of those details.
Yeah, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
Say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really?
We don't have the coat on here anymore. Oh, pawnbroker's ticket. No. We don't have the coat one anymore. What's that about?
The coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, and not some amateurish detectives' dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
Nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has had a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shut out all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Runo.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help! You're right! Help! I was forgetting what happened yesterday.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot.
Purple.
But that's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do the echo. Shit.
That's fine. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled.
Dick.
Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Oh, shit. Once I find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Okay. Those are things with trust in the broker. I'm still near the entrance to the shop. Went through Nash of the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee. How would that work? I mean, I know it's him that did it, but. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in their hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
Chilling image, I must say.
Hang on. It would be nice if he could say it was a third gun, because we've got evidence of a photo. We've got the photo evidence of her with his gun. Fuck it, let's start this from the beginning. Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I have never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place.
Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter.
So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
The pair of you setting upon the bold defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you!
Sorry, Gav.
Howdy, Gov.
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. Let's see if the pair regenerates. Oh.
He's stopping through that door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
We marketed our regenerating fruit. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about it height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
What about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gav.
You didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
Well, we know Ringo didn't. He couldn't reach it. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
Defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed what I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
We've done that one. All over her. Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark colour. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
It's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
It's just kind of blah 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 blah. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
in the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
Why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear-up to my lackeys and left. Clear-up? Oh, I'd made a bit of a mess around the corner, so Mr. Whistle and Flute there told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
Like a bull at a gate, aren't you? What happened here?
Excuse me.
Uh-oh.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking, Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this is a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, on that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to lose my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you?
Lord blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this thing gives me the wheelies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up about that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Dragsy at all.
He really is the third Skulkin brother.
He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Nom, 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 nom. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Hello.
Blame yourself, officer!
Lexi Russell, thanks for the follow. And hey, iFrog, how are you doing?
Hello, new people.
Hi. How is everyone doing tonight? Oh, I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Doing well, thank you.
The blood on the accused overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. Some Chardonnay and cheese here. How about you? Doing well. I assume Parry's doing well as well.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. You know, just chilling here
Yeah,
with my bud Ollie, solving a murder.
that's me. In a report. Ah, speaking of murders, I'm so excited for AI.
Hell yeah. I'm a little, you know, I'm a little worried now that I have my gimmick in my head, but I'll see if I can make it work. If not, then it's okay.
Yeah.
Goodness me!
Little time 'cause I'm working 3 hours straight for my client's animated screen. Damn, that's a lot of hours.
Sheesh. Well, best of luck with all of that.
Yeah, hope it's going well. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood in that coat is not Mr. Winterbanks.
What on earth makes you say that, Counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winterbanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood in that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Oh boy. Sorry?
2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence?
Yeah, up until I thought he did it.
And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer?
Most days, yeah, I do stream most days. I might figure something new out for Tuesdays. I'm figuring it out. But yeah. Sorry.
Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
But that was...
I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer to that problem, Pop Out. It can't be done.
But we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Peroski to a starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. Open your eyes, sheeple, he was never real.
Oh my god, Parry! That's going to end up being a clip on your Discord, isn't it?
Maybe.
Let's do stream, but I can't because of my job. Oh, what kind of job do you have? If you don't mind me asking.
Can't believe I've been simping for a fake man this whole time.
Oh my god.
His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth, from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
Because I'm flamboyant.
As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen.
Oh, nice. That's really cool.
In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth!
Ah! Oh god, he's posing still. My lord! No.
My lord, been a long battle this one, but this old war horse has something to say now, if you please.
Mr. Foreman?
As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision.
Oh, you kidding me? We're doing this again.
Ready, men? All for one now.
Sir!
Sir!
Guilty.
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 Come on, Russian man. Damn it! I don't remember there being a third summation examination, though.
And yet...
Well, it would appear the laser gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast?
Who is this?
I'm guessing...
How very distressing.
Yep, knew it!
I actually don't remember. Held in such low esteem.
It's him!
Yeah, it's gotta be
He's back from the grave! He didn't even get attacked. He didn't even get hit by the bullet. Anyway, what's new?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh my god!
I didn't want to voice him earlier because I knew it would probably be a giveaway. But
Holy shit! Yeah, to answer your question, iFrog, what's new? Not much. The usual D&D on Monday going well. We recently had our 1 year anniversary of that. Holy shit! I still can't quite wrap my head around that. Just the usual junk. What's new with you? Might do a Lego build in a few weeks, maybe. If I pick some Lego up. Anyway.
Officer! You've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you.
it occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice. Am I going mad?
There he is!
Mr. Sholmes?
Gregson looks so fucking distraught right now.
What is the meaning of this?
I have been waiting for so long for him to make his courtroom debut.
Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What do you say to this, Lord Van Zieks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Thank you. Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
Oh boy, it's been so hard for me just to press the space button while Parry talks with themselves back and forth. Saying I've got a house and support to help me get my ship together, motivating share shipping. Nice! Till watching podcasts and child videos. Nice. I hope it's all
As I
going
was
well.
saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Very well then. Council, you have 5 minutes.
Hey!
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
All right, I'm all wrong.
Sorry?
I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
Was a secret behind your beautiful long hair? Awesome to hear something. I don't really have any advice. I just straighten it nowadays. Not that long ago I wasn't bothering. But yeah, I've taken back to straightening it again. And my girlfriend dyed the tips and put a streak in. It's not that interesting. What's that? Lavender furoshiki wrapping.
A leaving present from Miss Sato.
From Miss Susato.
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe.
How?
She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. And at that very moment of crisis, you would be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Oh, thank you, Lexi. What is this?
Oh. It's the machine I made.
Ah. The cat flappinator.
Ah, Perry the Platypus. Witness my newest invention, the cat platinator.
Anyway, there's the cat.
Ah,
It's
why
adorable.
hide the cat? The catopus.
Oh no! Oh,
Look, use this. It's my latest invention.
Oh, that's me. What is that?
I call it the cat flatterman.
I will make cat flaps across the entire tri-state area.
You can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to now?
Oh my god, we're gonna kill the dude. We're gonna put a cat flap in him.
No.
Any remedy for you? Nothing special, just normal shampoo and conditioner.
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What? Didn't she say something like that? It's just going to be the same line again, isn't it? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
It's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
I've missed the flashbacks today. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow.
Holy shit!
Mm-hmm.
What? How did she get the handle on it? Not at all cryptic, then. So Zato-san used this cat flappinator that night? But why? Compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps in larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Oh, you sneaky.
Your 5 minutes is over. Shouldn't it be are over? Fuck.
I don't know. We're out of time already? That was an excellent 5 minutes, very well spent.
I'm grateful to you to allow. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes?
The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan?
The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... I'm going to say further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness.
What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Oop. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel.
No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then? Turnabout has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd!
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I decide to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony. And but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
Single chance to present evidence.
If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication.
Question: any idea if I could have presented that the picture of Iris without the cap flap? Not Iris, sorry. Gina. I mean, it wouldn't have led anywhere, but
I don't remember.
Is that clear, counsel? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord.
yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous.
Oh wait, you know what I haven't done?
Doesn't look like there's anything really to look at, though.
This looks like something with a big. It looks like a frog with a big gaping mouth. It's like a Mario enemy.
Oh, kinda, yeah.
Ah! Hello.
Sheesh!
Oh, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
They're good, aren't they? I may have a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so we can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts at the top there?
Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out.
Right, of course.
Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors.
I like that, Ifro. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flappinator is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Well, the guy's so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons.
Oh,
I love them.
she's so charming.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Shelves.
Holy shit.
Bless him.
Oh my god, the fucking Chris Prattful. Mr. Sholmes!
Can we at least have somebody carry him out of here? Or is he just gonna stay there? Okay.
Is the doctor gonna comment on the fact he performed an unnecessary surgery, or...?
Stand so insultingly before the state, caught in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
Or both.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, Council, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris.
Whoop.
I know I won't let them down now.
Hell yeah.
Because I can rewind time. I won't waste this final chance that Suzata-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Here we go. Doop-doop-doop.
Oh, he's going for it.
Oh, damn! That reveals
You're
a
on
damning
the right.
Huh?
You're on the right statement.
Yeah, I know, I can tell that. That reveals a damning inconsistency. That last statement.
Damning, you say? As I look at you, Counsel, I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow.
Huh?
Seems to me that is the damning inconsistency here. With the misplaced confidence of your assertion.
God damn it. Ugh, he has a damning tongue.
You invited, sir.
How did you hear that?
I'm psychic.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I just have really good intuition.
See, that feels like the right thing to me because...
True, but also...
Objection.
Okay.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door.
Oop.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not to be a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Mr. Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous! What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. It is the most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graiden's testimony is riddled with holes. The kind of hole he didn't look through.
Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graiden's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh.
Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy! Huey, time for dinner!
Oh my god! That's how he plays. That's how he.
Your Honor, I committed property damage in a sacred court of law!
Ah, Waggy the Catapus.
Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey.
I'm not young yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
No, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flappermat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole and Winterbanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel.
It's not. I've got the answer, you vampire dickhead.
Damn. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
Ah!
What's the purpose of your little line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks?
It's very simple, my lord.
Defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device.
But now the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made. My learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
Your baseless accusation. What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well counseled.
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank storeroom was created after the event, not before. I think now you use that.
Take that!
What are you... Print from the detective's infernal cameras again?
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
The necessary proof is his photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed.
It also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Ah! Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Holy shit.
Oh boy.
Oh, he's up again.
Yeah, that was quick.
Order! Order! Order!
It's satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt.
And he's back down. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Fallacious?
I think fallacious. Not sure.
Fellatio.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. That woman tampered with a crime scene. More importantly...
Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks?
The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Yes, that's right.
I think the fact that he spun around in court screaming is proof enough.
Yeah. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no!
I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runa? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Green, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, Counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, bloodstains on the coat? Shit, this one's difficult.
I'm
Any
not
of them-
saying anything.
Yeah, any of them could be right, to be fair. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie that you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
Okay, so actually, that one, there are multiple right answers. You could have also said the bloodstains on the coat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I wonder if
That's a neat little thing.
I wonder if all three work.
That I don't know. But I did the blood... if I remember correctly, I think I did bloodstains on the coat on my run, and it worked, so...
Okay. Imagine if they did that. They just gave you three options. They put your life thing up, and all three work.
That'd be something.
They give you the anxiety just for it to be a nothing. The peephole on the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Winterbanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. The place is chock full of porn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine all of them. So I gave the orders to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Oh. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain. He witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible?
Who?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now, putting my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Oh.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend.
That's why the bloodstain would have worked, because wasn't Gregson there at the jail cell when we did that? Like hiding in the shadows. And they were definitely whispering.
You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Oh, Gregson, I'm so disappointed in you. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Huh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he'd have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress he received the information, so he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation of this fella, huh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true, I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means... first time these two had laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Don't act like you're this dense.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Yes, now you mention it. when the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilder's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, Counsel?
I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Ugh. Oh.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal with any kind of witness, with a witness, would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well,
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is Nipponi's student's specialty.
I don't do that!
With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return?
Court must see proof of this alleged deal.
Is it the book in his hat? I don't remember that being there.
I don't know about that.
Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. Hang on, let me check. Damn it,
He doesn't have his hat on in his
Damn it.
coat.
And logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
I don't know. Do you think it could be...
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. And I won't say what it is outright because I'm not going to help the player.
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. Which evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
I think...
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secret being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you... We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winterbanks by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Arrgh!
Order! Order! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is and McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him, it's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Maybe that should have been parried, because that was April Fool's Day when that dialogue happened.
And we've been doing it as it were.
Yeah, true.
Anyway.
Yeah. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? The Magnus Begilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QE. Strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Well, I mean, not likely. I wasn't that sure of it myself. I've realised there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you would indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scenes to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
Oh, Gregson, I'm so disappointed in you. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Oh, Christ, that's both me. No!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? What's that supposed to mean, eh?
Yeah, as a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulting me and my profession quite enough. However, if he'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service and this trial will end.
Aw, thank you, F-Rog. We try.
And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about the country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the Inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else. Who else would it be?
Maybe save.
Okay. Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide.
very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of...
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What?
Now what's all this? Well, I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, huh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? Court shouldn't have put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
That's either Graydon or Gregson. I don't remember which.
Be quiet, all of you.
Oh, wait, no, that's Iris. Fuck.
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his own convictions. So you
Close.
should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits its next words.
You what? No, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
Huh. Give it a go. My lord, the defense demands this person be searched at once. Damn it.
Good grief, what possible relation can exist between that person and this case, counsel?
Objection!
It would seem my Nipponese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. If the defense counsel's aim is humiliation, perhaps this will give him a taste of his own medicine.
Ah, damn it. I thought I was onto something.
Gregson doesn't have the disc at the moment. The question is, where could he have hidden it?
The trouble is, he's been in the witness stand the entire time, in full view of everyone in the courtroom. Not an easy situation in which to go about hiding anything, really. There's honestly only one place he could possibly have hidden it then.
Perhaps in another person's pocket. Someone with him on the stand.
Yeah, that's why I thought Sholmes. I thought maybe he could have slipped it in then.
Well, counsel,
Well, who else was he interacting with on the stand? Because he just sort of stood there when Sholmes was doing things.
Yeah. I wonder... If it's not Nash, then it's Graydon.
Take that!
Holy shit. Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
well, I never.
Ah?
Eh?
Me?
Him?
Very well then. Bailiff! Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
Huh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zakes.
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search!
Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Got it out. Wow. My lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Son of a fuck.
Good lord, that's... another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. It is not! Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Order! 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 Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about the disc, honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no.
Without question, my lord.
And for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. Oh! But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
Ugh. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, I did and all. I thought my noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whilst grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hid it? I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? It's a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets to the ministry, and do it on the QT. Secret, strictly hush-hush.
Hush, hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer the question.
So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Does this mean...
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. It's not April Fool's Day anymore. To slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decision.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final leanings. Again.
Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson if they declare the decision now.
Is Tinny gonna be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel. I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Fuck, I really don't know.
I will say,
Yeah.
these coming up are your final decisions for the trial. We are coming up to the end.
Okay. Right, let me see what the things were. Proof that Graydon killed Winterbank also becomes evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with the witness. Shit, do I have anything?
Well, I mean...
I've got evidence, obviously. Like, it wouldn't... God, I really don't know. Huh?
I mean, whose blood was on the disc?
Ah. Okay, but how does that tie into the murder? Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilden's music box disc, counsel?
Yes, the first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilden's special music box. Ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time... with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness! This disc, counsel?
No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because, because it's got nothing to do with the case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Huh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were a part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the old courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. Then you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I am prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. He just had nothing to say there. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sound made by that music box. Come on, Ransix, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul.
No!
Very well. The defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, court will now listen to this as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
Holy shit.
It's unmistakable now.
It's Morse code. Alright, a minute, whatever you want. For the love of God. Shut the blooming box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector?
I did. Ugh. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So, how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or the information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. People in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard weren't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely, this. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank. You. Traitor! Holy shit!
Ooh! Yeah! Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
Thank you for the hydrate.
You're gonna need it.
Yep. That's it then. It's all over. Yeah. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then, one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent. Oh, that's not it. Gemma, for feck's sake, you're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGillard would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task.
Lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Just to take the load off, yeah, I'm gonna take Mason, I think.
Cool, thanks.
Oh, yeah, Echo.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. Oh, sorry, that's you.
I'd be delighted, son. Been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs.
By splitting the information in 2, you were taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seemed he became reluctant to part with his money.
That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Gray. Or why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, I'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So, after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge?
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. So I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in his courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. A tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Matilda's death that day was caused by this man?
Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. God damn it!
Also, God, they need better security. If both him and Sholmes could disguise as bailiffs.
Good point.
Jeez.
No wonder the state security secrets are out there.
Yeah.
McGill had used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered Mr. McGill inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
Fine chilling account indeed.
Yeah, I'm really starting to think McGilda isn't coming back for this.
Oh, you're starting to, huh?
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. I really did believe it the other week when I was throwing it out there, by the way. I kind of felt like maybe that was what was going to happen. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Oh, yes. There was indeed no mention of the man's child 2 months ago. Clearly it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded.
I'll be right back again.
It's the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Oh, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so I will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. Although on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. Welcome back. I'm almost out of water.
Oh, dang.
How much longer we got, you reckon?
I'd say, like, the end of the trial plus the ending is probably another 45 minutes.
Oh, wow, okay. I've realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns. They must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
But I was unaware of that fact. Had it not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector! You've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place the same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then something entirely unexpected happened.
Oh shit.
Well, what are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. Hang on.
The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang bang, I'm a gun. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom for refuge.
A sorry, sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night.
Oh. Earlier, you called me gilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have. God damn.
Oof. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir! Gurnham Squadron standing by, sir! This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdict. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
I wish one of them still just said guilty. It would have been funny.
It would be funny if they still voted guilty after everything, despite the admission. That's the stuff! I'm off the hook!
Finally, Bruno! You finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider.
Huh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
Turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel.
quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. Demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so...
If I might say something on that point.
Isn't that... Oh.
Oops.
It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels.
But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs are nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. Clearly we just had them in the wrong sides. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Does this contain ministerial secrets, sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really gonna bother me.
Miss Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord.
that which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, ain't nothing I don't see most... Oh, crap. It ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But, look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change... You gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
It's a very laudable lesson, I would say. Eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again.
Oh, you'll sue me again in the Great Ace Attorney too, I hope.
Oh. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winderbeck, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade,
Got nilty.
not guilty.
Adorable.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Hydrating.
Hell yeah.
Oh. We're gonna kiss? Anime dance ending?
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, you saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
Oh?
Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand.
Oh? You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Alright, then I'll wait for that day, if I must.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose.
You know what it fucking was? It was fucking Date. Came in and just like he was too lewd for Van Zeeks.
So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again.
I'll see you in the Great Ace Attorney too. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruhodo. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. It's awful. I've figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. The betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I've worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. That made a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! but I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, alright. Thanks.
This is the way I see it, Inosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
Do you reckon the reason it slips on Ryunosuke so much is because it's a left arm armband?
Perhaps.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow?
The voice!
Too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling!
Mr. Sholmes!
Ha! Yes, it was me all along! You see?
Son of a bitch. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest.
Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again.
Oh.
I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
How very above board.
But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you.
Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at beating cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd?
Why you been having a snooze in your nice soft bed? Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
I was shot. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel.
Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes?
And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd.
Oh god. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... in a quick little trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little, precarious.
Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the repeat, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. Way I see it, Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like, God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some codes like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hand and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds to this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
Trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Odd.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. News of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for the skies. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff. But these toads didn't notice my presence at all! They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
oh,
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful.
ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so happy to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them, offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter's stuff, what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence. But diving ain't an offence, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something makes a difference for them.
Wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing.
It's Gin of the Strahd. Prison's carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right, well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yes? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, sir.
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Yeah?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh,
Oh, yes. Good advice, Ginny.
Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Aww. Thank you for everything, what you done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Might be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again in the Great Ace Attorney 2.
Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, we like the good news and the bad news.
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first.
Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort.
Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storms left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes?
I rushed to Victoria Station early and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole.
I don't... the great detective does it again.
Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles.
What?
I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something. I think she missed the boat.
Hold it!
Mr. Zato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that.
That's called... it's called littering. You should know from reading your Encyclopedia of British Law that littering is not a good thing.
I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now.
Yeah, not if you're littering.
So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san?
Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Mrs. Sato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How'd you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. It was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
Let me just... Okay.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then... Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo!
Right.
Oh shit. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, you used the cat flappinator to make the peephole in the door?
Let's capture in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door... the second I met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. still remember that trial from 2 months ago.
The trial of
Trial.
Magnus McGilded.
McGidded.
Yeah,
I
alright.
thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure he would have never done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right, but then I realized. It would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have had to been a way to see behind the door.
Ah.
Which a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight.
There's a reason for that.
If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have just been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I've lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets.
The end. Oh.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones.
As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they are written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted.
In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
What? What? Soki? What?
Oh, no, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
What the fuck? She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha anagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that?
Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Well...
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please! Of course! But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications.
I don't understand the reason why, but... the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
Second is A. Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T. Gregerson.
Gregson?
It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list.
What's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name?
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh! What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson.
Oh.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. And after the four names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, as all four. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
I just can't believe it. Who'd ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Bruno come from.
Oh boy.
Oh, well. No, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. What the fuck is going on?
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Honk. Oh, that's better. Honk.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Otto.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Miss Susato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Aww.
Aww.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
In the Great Ace Attorney too.
Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise?
About the book.
About your manuscript. Ah.
Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I hadn't forgot about that because I thought there was a lot of loose ends still left up in the air.
I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Burya when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. No! If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
It's Susato.
And my instincts were right. Really want to believe. No, I'm sure that...
You're the great Ace Attorney, Chronicles.
Fuck, I was gonna say that.
I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Damn, we both ruined the moment.
Hell yeah. That's what you do at the end of an emotional beat in a game. I am now out of water. Is this like...
Oh, damn. I do think the credits are coming up, so I think we're about done.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Oh, they brought the cat!
Yeah.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
Bats.
Sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, Mr. Sholmes?
I have some rather good news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently.
Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault.
You prick. Huh?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato...
You love defending yourself in court.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Is this going to be the first case of the next game?
It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes?
Yes?
A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow.
Fuck!
Oh yes, I love Runo's words. And you're just the one he'll use here. Fuck word, right?
Iris, please.
Then I really must say... Holy shit.
Oh man. Yeah, no, that's not the first case in the next game. You'll see what the first case is.
Yeah, I'm so curious about how that's gonna work because it's got to be like a beginner sort of case, right? But
Yep. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with "Used by Mrs. Sholmes to solve an important case." And the money I've earned, consulting the detective work pays a pittance by comparison.
But yeah, this game is still very good, but man, 2. Oh man, I can't wait to get to 2.
oh boy.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. I'm this busy, Hurl usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
God damn. This prick.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Oh crap. Exactly ready to rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves.
Well, I don't know, Sotenaz's father is an innocent man. Are you calling my son a liar?
Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
Oh man, I missed that beard.
Yeah, it's a cool beard.
Yeah.
Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
Nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket! A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair!
Oh man, will he ever catch a break? No. I will have a point after all of this to save my piece on this game and what comes after.
Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for what I missed that, something about the New Age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in a perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was saying I'll have a point to talk about this game in the next one after all this.
Yeah.
There's a second little credits thing, so.
Oh, okay. Like a proper crawling credits.
Yeah.
Latest Rams magazine's out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur.
Stay hydrated, folks.
Yeah.
Except Ollie, because he's out of water.
Her ladyship puts me to shame.
Ooh?
No.
I've been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Was maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man at his house is his own maid.
Oof. But yeah, these two games are my favorite Ace Attorneys.
Damn, nice.
Oh, hey.
Rolly's back on the beat again. Oh, thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these. I can't remember what voice I gave him. Nothing down, John Shane the Gutter. Well, I better Bobby now, looking out for London instead. Drop Japanese and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
I don't remember what voice I gave him. Holy shit.
That's entirely fair. That's fair, yeah. There's been a lot of characters, and there'll be even more in the second game.
Yep. And so I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Who else have we not seen? I mean, I know Susato, obviously. Oh, God.
Oh.
Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know.
We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, alright?
The three
Muscowattons.
Muscowattons milking the
Milk in the
neighborhood
neighborhood for all it's worth.
Hey, he's not dead. I thought they always killed the perpetrator. I thought it was always like a
Well,
capital
he's doing
punishment
time for now.
Hmm.
I think this is the one time we see the like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the one time we see the damned in the credits, huh? Damn.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life's all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
She's looking at the credits. Yeah, no, that definitely is a first, because like, yeah,
Because I know for a damn fact I never saw any of the culprits beforehand
and like
in the credits.
yeah, and like, they're very clear that Von Karma was killed, right? That he died for his crimes.
Definitely, yeah. Nice image there.
Yeah, very cute. Holy shit. Oh.
But yeah, this game, very good.
Yeah.
And honestly, most people sort of like debate whether 1 or 2 is the better one. I think 2 is even better, so yeah.
Excellent. I look forward to it.
In my opinion, I don't think there's a bad case in 2, so that's pretty damn good. I mean, honestly, there wasn't a bad case in this game either. Just the fourth case was just kind of, it was all right. It wasn't bad.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm still want to know what happened with her.
Well, I mean, we got a whole other game. Maybe something will come up.
Maybe.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, Susato's dad also kind of disappeared, but also he was in Japan, so.
Yeah.
Oh. I think the second game does a pretty good job tying up most of the loose ends. So we'll see when that happens.
Yeah, I guess like with this one, like with the fourth case, is it more a case that like the cases in the next game all sort of tie together, or is it?
I mean, I do think things from like every case in. Well, okay, that's not true. Not every case. Like a lot of the cases that had loose ends or sort of unsatisfying results, they do sort of come back in some way in the second game, if I'm remembering right. So, yeah.
Aww. Kazuma stopped walking.
Man, I miss him.
Yeah, me too. Well, I just mean like because sort of the fourth case comparatively doesn't tie into the greater narrative as much as the others, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so.
I mean, there is sort of stuff like obviously it's a direct result of us landing in the country and stuff, and
yeah,
I don't know.
And I still don't know what the hell was the deal with that Shakespeare guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
He showed up for one scene and that was it.
Yep. One scene that I apparently could have missed, I think. Hello.
Hello.
Well now. Why did that not work? That should have worked.
Dang.
Hello. Okay, it worked that time.
Huh.
Well now, I'm dead. There's the boy.
There he is.
Yes, he's walking with us.
Heck yeah. Honestly, I do think a lot of my problems with, not really problems, because technically it is, like, written well, but just, I always just have a problem with, like, bad, like, parents or spouse characters.
Yeah.
So, like, that just sort of rubs me the wrong way with, like, Joan, I guess. Just, it's a very personal thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you've sort of seen it with me in the Somnium Files as well.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But yeah.
Fuck.
Shoko.
Mizuki's parents. Yeah, Shoko.
Well, I mean, Renju too. So yeah, fuck both of them, but Shoko especially.
Oh my god, I should have clicked that was a thing.
Yeah. Just the style, the writing, especially the music, especially just all real good.
It's got a very Leighton-esque feel to it.
Yeah. It's got the Leighton-esque style, and like I also feel like it connects itself a lot into the storytelling as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of my favorite little things, actually, in hindsight, is like McGilded's theme playing when Graydon first appears, because of like how that foreshadows like how, like, as Van Zeek said, like he became the monster that he wanted to destroy.
I honestly didn't notice that. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a really good setup at first, because like you just think, oh, you know, it sets you up like, oh, he's up to no good, like with McGilded, but then it's like,
yeah,
sort of gets a deeper meaning when you get later in the case. It's real cool. There's a lot of neat like little things like that. But yeah, that's the first half said and done.
Achievement unlocked. Fleeting farewell. Damn. We did it.
Yeah. And that was the longest case too. I don't think there's any case in the second game that's as long as that one, so you don't have to worry about that.
Holy shit, okay. I'm not gonna start now, I'm just looking. Resolve. I shouldn't do that, should I?
Yeah, don't go looking in there yet.
Okay.
There's some extra stuff, but we can always look at that another time.
Yeah, like the
little bonus episodes, yeah.
It's not accolades, is it? That's
accolades are the achievements. Escapades are the bonus episodes. I went into those in a bonus stream thinking, oh, you know, it'll take 1 hour total. I was there for like 3. So
holy shit, okay. So maybe something
they're cute little asides though.
Yeah, definitely something to do as a bonus.
Yeah.
Right, I think that's probably it for today. Holy shit, we've been at this for
5 hours basically.
Yeah, just 15 minutes short of 6.
Oh yeah.
5 hours 45. Holy shit. Thank you for sticking with this so long.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna put a raid up to 3. Definitely go check them out. They're generally a Sea of Thieves streamer, but they do a little bit of variety as well. Right now they are raising money for St. Jude, so like excellent cause.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I donated a little bit, which was fun, which was nice.
Nice.
But yeah, I think Parry, you're back tomorrow, hopefully with AI, right?
Yeah, should be. Unless something comes up, but I don't think I have anything planned tomorrow, so yeah, Somnium Files should be tomorrow.
Excellent. I should hopefully be back on Monday again as well, like unless something comes up with D&D. But yeah, that is it from us. We will figure something out for the next time. I don't know if I want to take a break or not. Like a little break
We'll
after.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks everyone who came by for coming by. Sadly, Arno couldn't be here today because of personal reasons, but yeah. This has been a wild journey. Thank you, Parry, for being part of this whole thing.
Of course.
I am exhausted. I need to get some ice cream. I'm bad at
Heck
outros.
yeah, I was thinking the same.
Yeah, thanks everyone who came by for coming by. See y'all next time. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.